Hello everybody, I'm back a day on and I normally don't stream. So, we're just gonna pause that pretty much right away. I am streaming today because I really wanted to stream yesterday, but as I had been talking about a few days ago, well I guess last time I streamed, I was starting to feel unwell. And you could hear it in my voice, and you can probably still hear it in my voice because I'm still not 100%, but yesterday I just kind of had to take a day off because I needed to sleep. Just to let myself, my body deal with the fact that it's sick. But some slight changes. One of the primary changes is that there is a lot more things that I have automated. Why can't I scroll? Let me try unplugging my mouse. So if it's not that, it's something in-game preventing me from scrolling for some reason. Okay, that's weird. So, slight changes. I think I've removed some charms since last time. So I'm now wearing less things, but I'm still super overpowered. I took the time to get this stuff even stronger. Not stronger, but even more... 38% is the highest it goes to. Okay. But I made this stuff have less things that I don't need. So now it's primarily max health, attack damage, crit damage, armor, percent to armor. Yeah. So, as you can see, I now have almost 2,000 health, which is equivalent to 100 bars of health. And the rest of my stats are also super high, including my attack damage is still super high. My crit damage is super high. This not being able to scroll is actually super annoying. I wish I had any idea what was causing it. It seems to be something with the tooltips. Keybinds, tooltip. Yeah. Spell wheel. Modifier for mouse wheel items. See if it goes weird again. Yeah, but the only changes are... I don't think there's anything that's changed here. Oh. Oh, this is different. I changed this to Oritech pipes with pipe boosters because that works faster than mechanism pipes. So now it goes, and I made it so it goes up into the roof so that I could connect it into the system specifically for Fluxite. Because there's literally no other items that I actually care about from this mob grinder. Slight change to this system here. I put it on a auto crafter. So I have these 3 bins here to bring in fluid as blocks. Specifically the fluids I tell it to. If I do this, I can show the exporter. So this will only do biosteel because that was something I needed some more of. I guess slight change to this is that I removed one of them, specifically the coral golem, which I didn't need anymore. I put all of these on an auto crafter, and some, well, not this one actually, but all of these other ones are on an auto crafter. You can see this one had to have a very weird setup just to work properly. I tried putting it on default and just doing everything through the bottom, but it wasn't letting that work, so I had to two-sided and set it up like this. I mean, maybe there was a different way I could have done it, like if I just done top and bottom, but this works fine. Which also means this isn't constantly going to make enteric, whatever it's called, enteric compound anymore. Now I can make that as needed. This is also on an auto crafter, and I set it to recognize the fluids coming out of it so that it will now make, and it's been connected to an ME requester, so we'll keep these stocked. So, final change was just that I've reorganized this a little, and I set this up so that I would have lava in my system to use as needed. So now sorry, my brain is having a brain fart. Yeah, so I removed all of the ones I didn't need. I moved this stuff kind of down into here. one other thing is I made all of these drives, and in this one I put an infinity cobblestone and infinity water cell, and in this one I put a void cell, which should also be making matter balls based off of the things it's voiding. I have no clue if it actually is or not. It is successfully voiding stuff. Specifically, I had that trash can down by the neural networks here. I had a trash can there and I set that up to go void into this instead. And the reason I actually made these... Oh, how is this doing? Is because we are eventually... Well, actually, today we're going to be getting into the mekanism nuclear fission reactor. And that has... Well, you get nuclear waste, and then you turn that nuclear waste into stuff that you use. But that process tends to leave you with spent nuclear waste, which tends to not let you put it into a trash can or anything like that. So I'm assuming that's going to be happening again. So... I am prepared for that to not let me destroy it, and thus I'll need a place to put it. And this mod comes with the Mega Cells mod comes with the radioactive chemical storage cell, which can store 2,000 buckets. Although, yeah, so it stores slightly more than a radioactive waste barrel. This, this has a decay rate which the radioactive chemical storage cell doesn't. But it can hold more. This doesn't allow spent nuclear waste from being stored in it. It's configurable. I doubt this mod pack allows you to do that. Yep, lets you hold 4 nuclear waste barrels worth. Fission reactor multi-block component. I just didn't have any because it didn't need any, because this goes so slowly that it doesn't need accelerators. Okay. So this entire part of the system might be pointless. I might not need any of this. Well, one other thing I did want to do. Take all of these pipes and make it so that I can auto-craft them. Or that I can request the system to craft them for me. Okay. Advanced extended. Oh. I didn't actually realize that it shows all of the oversized interface. Good to know. I didn't realize that it shows all of that stuff in here as well. I wonder why these ones are showing different. Huh. Okay. Well. Is there any other mechanism stuff in here? There is not, so let's bring this down. Actually. This is a kind of normal Minecraft item. So we are going to put it there where more normal stuff is. One more space. There we go. Perfect. Now I can request that stuff as needed. So, we need to what we need to do is set up auto crafting for this stuff as well. And that. Why is my thing saying I'm offline? Bitrate issue, I'm assuming? Yep, bitrate issue. I'm just going to do this pattern stuff while the bitrate issue fixes itself. Okay. And the whole reason I did that was because I want to tell it to make both of these on demand. Let's keep 256 of these, 512 of these. And how many batches do we want at once? Do we want them in 16 or 64? Okay, and now what we are going to do is right straight up and bring this all the way to the top. There we go, now I can connect to my AE system up here as well, and I don't need another quantum tunnel to do it. Chaos do I have? Right, I have very little because I've been gathering it in here. Okay, so first things first. Actually, this isn't first things first, but I am curious. Yeah, I am gonna need to set up making this shit for multiple things. I think I have to make 2 of these. Simply because I'll want to be able to do polonium and... Well, I won't actually need antimatter after I get the antimatter chicken. But I might still need polonium pellets. I'll need quite a few for the SPS casing. And for the supercharged coils. And apparently for the fusion reactor frame. Okay. So, control rod, fission fuel rod. Let's set up auto crafting for these, at least for now. And final thing. This stuff down one. I'm gonna have to sneeze in a moment. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 blocks tall. There is not a guide on this. Is there a book for mechanism? Or I just have to Google everything when I don't remember the max for something. Okay, well. Fission. Let me just make 1,000 of that real quick. Let's see, probably the easiest way to make this in any way that looks nice is to... So this will be 16. Why am I doing it that way? I can just do that. Okay, 16. So this should be a max size one right here. That's exactly why we Google shit. Mechanism max sized fission reactor. Read to mechanism wiki, it says 18, 18, 18. Okay. Now, because the room itself is 18 blocks, there should be 1 block gap between the ceiling Oh no, we need reactor glass for this. Does the roof need to be reactor glass? This doesn't happen to tell you anything about the fission reactor, does it? The smaller the build, the slower and fewer things can go wrong. Take your time and test it out. No, why would we do that when we can just go straight up to 18, 18, 18? The edges of all reactors must be reactor casings, but the faces can also include reactor glass, logic adapters, and or ports. Waste reactor ports can be toggled by sneak right-clicking them. At a max rate of 1 millibucket times number of fuel assemblers per tick, down to 0.01 millibuckets per tick. Number of fuel assemblies. Right, and you just... do I care about the roof being glass? Not really. Okay. I actually don't think I care about reactor glass at all, do I? Because the inside is just going to look like these. So I won't really be able to see anything. So let's request 2,000 more of those. I can turn off that. Okay. Might as well make a bunch of these. Oh, actually, first we should make control rod assemblers. So the inside is 16 by 16 by 16, so that means I need 16 by 16. You wouldn't happen to accept... Oh, you absolutely do. You're beautiful. I didn't want to do the math on it to find out it was 256. I was just... Oh, it has to craft a bunch of that stuff. That's fine. Well, while it does that, we're going to look up this. So this should be a pretty simple recipe for it to do. We're going to need 16 times 16 times 15, 3,840. So that means we can do up to 3,840 millibuckets per second, which would mean we need up to 3,840 nuclear waste barrels. Because if we were actually processing this entire amount, that would be a lot. Although I think ideally I would do it up to 4,000 millibuckets. Sorry, up to 4,000 barrels. That way the amount I'm processing is actually less. I guess while it crafts that... I guess I can't do that to get out. Why isn't it... Actually, let me go at mechanism. It should be trying to craft a bunch of these. Let's try getting it to craft this on our own. Maybe I forgot to set it up to do that. Let's try this again. I guess the infusion factory is more complicated. Okay. So if I request this, does it do it? No. And it very quickly concludes that it will never be able to. Which are the enriched things that we actually tell it to make? Enriched diamond, enriched obsidian, but we just tell it to make normal redstone, or to use normal redstone. This is copper ingot. One copper ingot, one redstone dust, four infused alloy to one enriched diamond, 2 reinforced alloy to 1 enriched obsidian. So we need to grab our cards. Specifically, we're going to want an inverter card. Okay, so now we're going to make the bottom an input/output, and we're going to make the back an extra. So the extras we're adding are these. Whereas this stuff is getting added in here. So that's made the enriched obsidian. There we go. Bottom should be an input/output. Do we have to tell it to pull this out as well? Okay, good. So that's how that works. Okay, good. So this is the only one I didn't set up properly. And now, if I tell it to make the next step below, it does. Why does it sound like it's going even though it's not? Okay, whatever. And if we tell it to make these times, let's go with 100. It actually does that pretty quickly. And now we have 100 in here. And just as a final test, and exporter. Oh, we have to tell it about that these are also going to be something it's dealing with. And it's exporting them into there. Perfect. I didn't even need the inverter card, because I'm not dealing with that many items. There we go! So now, when we tell it to make 252 of these, it gets to work pretty quickly on the ones that it can make immediately. Perfect. That's even quick. Did I build this to the wrong dimensions? I'm thinking I might have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I know exactly why I did it. Because I thought about when I was doing this that I need 2 extra blocks. So I put 2 extra blocks on the side, but I did that around the entire thing, so I added a total of 4 extra blocks. Okay. Get more of those in a second, but first I want to correct this. I am experiencing a network error thing. Let's see if just refreshing fixes it. I might have just experienced an OBS thing. No? Okay, OBS seems to be fine. Hopefully the stream is still going. I can't tell. I'm just gonna keep building this base layer. I might be experiencing a really bad network thing at the moment. OBS is saying everything is fine. It's literally just that things aren't loading properly. Network connection says it's fine. Yeah, I'm just experiencing some really awful network connection at the moment. Oh, OBS Studio disconnected, reconnecting. Yeah, it's really struggling at the moment. OBS reconnection successful, that's good to see. One second, I'm gonna completely turn off my internet and reconnect. Which doesn't do anything on the recording end, but it does mean that on the stream end, whatever's happening will... Well, actually, really it just means that I'm gonna go completely offline for a moment. Cannot access the specific channel or... Yeah, so the stream just dropped entirely. So let's try start stream again. Dear God, what is going on with my bitrate? Okay, the stream should at least be up now. Let me just fill my inventory with this. Okay, now I can put all of these in my inventory. Oil efficiency 0.096. I don't know if that's good or not. Max burn rate. Rate limit 0.1 millibuckets per tick. Good, so it doesn't do anything at the moment because there isn't anything in it. So my rate limit is equal to my max burn rate, right? So if I said something like 4,000, it wouldn't let me. Even 3,841, it shouldn't let me. But as soon as I go with 3,840, it does. Perfect. Okay, let me refresh now and see if the bitrate issue has gone away. It has. That's good. Now everything's displaying normally. So, now what we want to do is... let's read about... reactor... Sorry, I'm making this for the quest. I think I have to do this once more. Oh, this is in the wrong thing. That all goes in there. So we have to tell it about this. And this. Let's go iron, enriched iron, osmium, this, copper, this. Now when we tell it to do that, perhaps most important part. Perfect. Eight of those anyways. I guess that's the lowest it could make with the recipes. Fission reactor. Okay. Babysitting a fission reactor setup is important when it first comes online, but there are other things to do once it starts running fine on its own. Build one or more adapters that can be configured to emit resonance under hazardous condition or to automatically activate the reactor. For example, using a comparator reading a radioactive waste barrel to tell your reactor to turn off when the barrel is too full, or to toggle an emergency coolant supply if the reactor starts to overheat. Okay. One second. I wanted to look at making biofuel via apples. So it makes 2 in there, and it makes 1 in there. Did I automate making biofuel? I did. But did I do it via this crusher? No, I didn't. Sorry, the pulverizer, so I definitely did it via the crusher. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Redstone clock block with an empty to change pulse frequency, sneak to increase faster. Okay. Burn rate, it doesn't actually suggest. So it seems like I can go as high as 1,435 sodium. Passive generation 200 million versus 400,000. Okay. So we need to start making fissile fuel and sodium, and we have to get ready to work with the superheated sodium and so to work with this, we are going to have to put it through the boiler, which will get us our sodium back at a 1-to-1 ratio. We'll need to supply that with water. To make our sodium initially, we will need brine, which means we have to make one of these. We'll actually need to end up making a second one of these eventually so that we can do this, but that's going to be a little bit a ways. Okay. So this makes our brine, which we turn into sodium, which we turn into superheated sodium. Advanced solar. Solar generators are not a part of this. So we need to supply it with heat, water, and that'll give us our brine. Fissile fuel we get from a super long chain of events, I remember. Dead Poetess, hey, how are you doing? Hydrofluoric acid, which we get via this. Sulfuric acid. What's up? I'm just working with mekanism to get a fission reactor going, which involves a long chain of events. Sulfur we're getting, so we could do it this way. Machine. What's the easiest way to do item to chemical? Machine that serves up region allowing for we turn an item into a chemical. Oh, it would be the chemical oxidizer. Sulfuric dioxide. And water vapor. We can just get from water so that we can consider that the end of that chain. That can be the end of a chain. This will get us our oxygen. Oh, wait, never mind. That requires substrate to already work. Unless I need the hydrogen for anything. I do need hydrogen to make substrate. Damn. Okay, to make this process, we need yellow cake uranium. Gonna move this up to here. The enrichment chamber, and we are making uranium ingots. So let's start with something simple, because if you start with something simple, it becomes much easier to do the next step. Pattern encoding. So that is we tell it to do that. And now if we do this, perfect. So that's something simple done. On to the next step. So what do you do with this again? You put it with water to thermoelectric boiler. You get back steam and sodium. Steam height of 4. So at 26. We go up to 256. There we go. That should probably. So this maxes out at 302 kilobuckets per tick. So 302,000 buckets per tick. And if we go up to 512, steam height of 4. What if we only went up by 128? That would be 256, 356 plus 28. Interesting. $98. So it seems like this is optimal. I should write this down. One second, I'm gonna get a pen and paper. Okay, found a pen. Know where paper is, it's just a matter of getting it out. Okay, so for boiler, we want to write down 98 heating elements. Steam height 4. Rest of that stays the same. This maximizes our sodium cooling rate. It's 311.659. Is that KB per tick? Don't care about the water boil rate particularly much. And if we combine that with our knowledge on the sodium heating rate is 3,800, or sorry, is reactor sodium. Is this a static amount? It is. Reactor sodium heating rate equals 0.2 kb per T times burn rate, which is in millibuckets. Burn rate, millibuckets per tick. So, for instance, if we wanted to do our maximum of 3,840, go AFK in a second. That would be 840 times 0.2. Let me get out my regular calculator. 3,840 times 0.2. So that is 768 thousand buckets per tick. And if we divide that by 311.659, we need 2.5 boilers to operate at maximum capacity. So the number of boilers we need, boilers equals 2, let's just make that 3. And we'll make all of them operate at maximum capacity. That way, even if we don't actually end up making this thing operate at maximum capacity, it still has the ability to. That means we have to build 3 boilers the same size as this. Well, I guess, so we only need 2. Of X-sized boilers. This equals 2.5. But if we built them all at a different size, we could probably this out better. So we had 3,840 divided by 5. And then if we divide that by 3, we get 256. So we need to be able to do 256 buckets per boiler, which means we can optimize this much better. So we need to get sodium cooling rate to 256. If I increase the height by 1, is that enough? If I increase the height by 2, that's so close. So we could make 3 that are 17 by 17 by 17. Alternatively, if we went with... So let me just write this down. So, if I take this down to that, divide the other thing by 261.284, we should write down the number of heating elements for this. So 317 by 17 by 17s is closer. Or there's less wasted space if we do it that way. But what if we did 7... So what if we did 311.659 times 2 minus 768? Then we have 144.682 thousand buckets that we still have left to do. We could also then do two 17 by 7, sorry, two 18 by 18s. Sorry, I need to write more down. Boil rate. Three 11.659. For this, it's 2. $61.284. Times that. But if we did 2 17x17x17 and 1 14x14x14. Oh, whoops, sorry, no, I did the wrong thing. But I can quickly check the math on this. 261. Oh, actually, never mind. There's no way that's going to be close enough. So, so let me turn those 7s into very weird looking 8s. This equals 1. So this would be 311.659 times 2 plus 150.528. That would be 773. So we would only have 5 excess. To be more precise, it would be 5.846 excess burn rate, which is, it's fine to have a bit of excess. In fact, we actually kind of want a little bit of excess, but we kind of want to minimize that excess while still having it. Whereas if we did 261.284 times 3 minus 768, we would have 15 millibuckets excess. Not millibuckets, 1,000 buckets. 0.659 times 3 minus 768. If we did 3 max size ones, we would have 166,000 millibuckets of excess. It's almost, in my mind, worth it to go with that. Shit, not what I meant to do. Because we're going to be getting steam and nuclear waste. What I could do is build 3 max-sized ones on the other chunks here. Oh wait, no, couldn't it be, it would have to be one in this chunk, one in this chunk, but like slightly offset into this chunk, and same on this side. Export the sodium from there into those, pump water into them via my system, or super factory managers if the system can't pump it fast enough. And then pump the sodium back into this. Of course, there's a fucking network error. I suppose the other way would be to put them all on this side over here. One in this chunk, one in this chunk slightly offset into this chunk. And over here, nah, we might as well do it here. And then we will... So we'll be doing the stuff that's going directly into it on this side nearest to here. We will be doing its outputs probably over here, unless we have a lot of room, and then we might just do it back here still, I don't know. And I might make a room this size, literally right below, for the steam outputs. What I'll probably end up doing once I originally get this started is just throwing all of the steam into the trash for a bit, just so that I can get this, make sure this is running properly. Until I can get enough, well, until I can get some turbines going to work with that steam. And then I'll just start throwing excess away. Okay, so I am actually going to go AFK for a moment. Get the music going. Throw my BRB screen. I'll be back in hopefully 5 minutes, but I'm putting the BRB timer up for 10 minutes. That way I can... I'm going AFK, I'll be right back.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Your light is gone, alone the darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
Okay, so it was pretty much 5 minutes, but it's... Oh, I should make sure to put the game up before I accidentally start playing without doing that, which I've done in the past. Okay. So... Did I set this recipe to do... Oh, I set it to do multiple at the same time. Why did I do that? I am a fool. 1 to 2... I need to stop adjusting recipes to suit my whims. because it's much easier to just request that it makes how many I want than it is to make the recipe make however many I want. To stock, I want to say 128. Beautiful. You know, when it came to stocking it, I wish there was a way to say, hey, you are clearly selling something, and I am not interested. So, back to what I was saying. I wish with the ME requester I could set it to say, hey, make as many as you can at a time, but don't make more than necessary to reach the amount I want you to make. So in this case, I told it I want 128. So it would be nice if it just tried to craft. Well, let's see, I already had 64, so it'd be trying to craft 64 more, which it gets 2 per. So it'd be saying, hey, send out 32 requests all at once, and just make all of them at once. And then if I only took 2 out, it would know to just make another 2. But instead I have to do it in batch sizes that are specific, so it either has to make 64 at a time or 2 at a time, which is just annoying. It's a very minor annoyance, but it is an annoyance. Okay, so we need whaler stuff. Oh, that is going to be some work. So let's go start on this whole process. So, the other part is I need to figure out the making of these, which is probably most easily done through this. Okay, let's go to the assembler. So we need 48 heating elements for this, and we need 98 for the... Oh wait, no, we're just going to make 3 full-sized ones, so we can just... We can make 300 minus 6. So it's crafting 12, 22, 21, 19. Is it running into errors? It would be very like it to start running into errors. Oh, it's not yet. It's literally just because of... Okay, so first things first, how much space do we want between them? 2-block diagonal is probably fine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Where is the mega torch? Okay, good. So nothing should spawn there. Will I quickly go do that? Now if we go to the world engine, and if we export that, and now if we that piece, okay. We want to go up one higher. Probably won't need to make any more of these. So I'm just going to toss both of those patterns into my system and be done with them. Okay, so we can go all the way to here. And this is on the 5th block on here, so that's 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. Let's make a somewhat absurd amount. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do why isn't this working? Well, time to get out the building gadget, which I pretty much never use. actually. Okay. Let's just refill this a little bit. I might have to make even more than 6,000. Am I gonna have to make more than this? Damn it. I don't think so. Now that I've reached this point. Yeah, I'm not gonna need to. Okay, build that. Build that. Build that and that. Okay. Superheating elements. I have to Google the mechanism boiler. So it looks like this works via so these go on the roof, right? The structure, the edges, the faces of the outer shell can be boiler casing, boiler valve, reactor glass. So, okay, so the heating elements go underneath the pressure dispersers. So it's boiler casing, superheating element, pressure disperser. Let me quickly take a look at an example in a YouTube video. Let's mute it because I just need to see. Oh, are okay, so the heating elements are on the bottom. Let me see if I can see that better. Okay. Do they show it at any other angles? Okay, so yeah, it looks like the heating elements go on the very bottom. I'm gonna replace that with reactor, not reactor, structural glass. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So this is 10 times 16 times 3. Is that a part of? Oh, that's part of that. Okay. Beautiful. So 98 is close to 10 times 10. So it'd be 10 times 10 minus 2. Six, 7, 10. So that's 8. Oh, I have my calculator right here. I don't have to use Google. 98 divided by 2 is 49, so that's 7 times 7. I could make two things 7 times 7. Alternatively, I guess it would be 14 times 7. Yeah, let's do that. If it's 14. Two, three, four, five, six, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I went with 4, 5 versus 4. So I put slightly more towards the back. 4, 5. 4. Or 5, 4. So this is for heat. This is for items and blocks. This is one that I still have to make. So I need this for chemicals. Okay, so now we can take this down to here. Okay, move all of this shit down by 1. Okay. So now I need 256 of these. Times 3 is 768. That has to make the infused alloy. So after our first 256, statistics, boil rate, max boil. Distance from ceiling to pressure disperser. Oh, do we have to do this? Okay. I think I did this part wrong. 2, 3. So I think I want to do it at this level. Okay, and now if we go back out and do it now... I still did it wrong. So this is 1 from the ceiling, 2 from the ceiling, 3 from the ceiling, 4. And now, if we do this, we should reach our maximum capacity, which is the amount we want. Steam tank, max water, superheaters. So this should be good. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So now we need to supply all of these with water. What is the best way to go about doing that? Port. Fission reactor port. Maybe it was valve. Yes. Okay. So we're going to be trying to do around 300,000 buckets per tick. And we need to supply water at about 32,000 buckets per tick. So this means how fast does so if we need to do 768,000 per tick, we need to be able to move that much per tick as well. Is this a chemical or a liquid? Fluid, I guess. Chemical. chemical to fluid, fluid to chemical, fluid to gas, gas to fluid. So this handles chemicals and gas. Because this has a pump rate of 256,000. Which means we would be able to do this with just one pressure tube to each. From here, taking sodium out, putting it into these, and then bringing sodium back in. Which would mean we just need 3 valves? 4 valves? Oh, 4 valves. Let me Google this. Mechanism is superheated sodium fluid or gas? Sodium. If I just search for chemical, doesn't give them any results. Gas? Okay, so what about fluid? Okay, I'm actually going to have to quickly hop out and go into a creative world because I actually really do need to know whether I'm building this for pressurized tubes or what are the fluid tubes called? Not logistics. Which somewhat sucks because now I have to deal with these super long loading screens. But it's going to be better in the long run because I'm going to be able to know if I need multiple ports or if just one port will do. One port per boiler. Ignore that. Okay, so super. This is gonna lag for a moment. Just give it a second. Okay, so it seems like it's a chemical, which means if I search for this and I look at chemicals, heat, mechanical, that's what I was thinking of. And I also have to do the same with sodium. But if I do that, it does connect. Okay. So, now I do know for sure what the difference is. And now I have to deal with this super fucking long thing. Oh, I clicked off and clicked back on during loading. Don't mess anything up. Okay, phew. Sometimes that crashes it. So, boiler valves, we need 6 to start with. Okay. So now we get 1/10 the amount of steam as... Well, I guess we get a similar rate to water flow. So since... So since we're getting about... Since we're building this based off of 256... thousand going into each, we should be getting 1/10 of that, as so that's 25,600 in fluids. So then we need enough to do 76,000. 3. So apparently 10 rotors is the maximum amount we need. We need all of those. Four Fe per millibucket. I guess we can kind of calculate this then. So if it's 4 Fe per millibucket, and we're getting 44.16 million Fe, so if I multiply this by 1 million, so that gets, obviously it's 44 million, then we divide that by 4, and that's many millibuckets. If we divide this by 1,000, we get it in buckets. Oh, obviously that just results in this number. So that's 11,000 buckets per tick. And we are getting, what did I say, 70, it's my number. I didn't write that number down anywhere. I think it's 768. 3840 divided by 5768. And we said we get a tenth of that, so that's 76,800 divided by 11,040. So that means we need 7 of these. So one pipe can handle the combined output of all of these. So this will output coolant, input only, output steam, output coolant, output waste, output coolant, output coolant. Okay, so if we do it like that, this will output the heated sodium, go into here, output sodium, back into here. And if we do the same thing, I did this one on the bottom, so we'll do this one on the bottom. Okay. Two, three, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Do it that. Okay. So that should now be working correctly. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to build another floor just for the whatchamacallits. Turbines. So now for boilers, we need we no longer need that. I also don't think we need that anymore. Okay, so now we need 3 for the steam output and another 3 for water input. Output steam. Output steam. It's not going to be symmetrical, which will annoy me. But steam, liquid steam. You know what? Actually, I'm going to connect these underground. Because I'm also going to want to connect this one in. There we go. Now I'll be able to connect those down into turbines later. Oh, also the fact that that's a chemical means I don't know if I can trash it. Items, fluids, and energy. No, I can't. Because chemicals aren't as easily disposed of, so I will have to make sure to set that up. Okay. I realize now I should actually probably... So we want to do it there. Smear it on all of them. So it should be there and there. Oh, that's a slight yikes. In order to do this, I would need to do a slight detour in this. So I can get rid of all of that stuff. I can get rid of that for a while at least. Boiler valve. These all have to be inputs, so there's no changes that need to happen to them. That can go away, and that can go away. Stock exporter. Celebration cards. 32 goes up to... oh. $1,240. No, sorry, an 80. 76 up to 88 is... sorry, what is 76 up to 88? It's 12,000 millibuckets? That's not enough, actually. We need something even faster. Okay, so we need a mechanism for fluids. Let me... other active water tanks. What's the most amount I can have showing? For... There we go. This should be able to supply more than enough. Yeah, that's so fucking quick. Now, how fast can it supply two of them at the same time? Okay, we can cover that up. It's still rising pretty quickly. Which should mean it's more than fast enough. Like, it literally takes a tick to do, like, almost a million. I mean, it's like a second, actually. It's like 20 ticks then, which is still super fast. Okay. Reactor glass. Even if it doesn't actually particularly matter, I still kind of want to do this. So it's 10 times 16. That's 160 minus 8 is 152. So as soon as that gets added, these should start operating. So now we just have to add sodium. So, superheated sodium is handled. Steam is not handled, so we should keep that there. So we shouldn't need this anymore. We shouldn't need this anymore. Okay, we should be able to destroy these now that those are fully built. We want the crusher. Iron dust. Now if we tell it to make those and then we... Uh, 256 we'll go with. That's quite a few upgrades. So, sodium comes from this. What do we do with the chlorine? So we have to output the chlorine into a thing to turn it into liquid chlorine so that we can trash it. I mean, I'll try just trashing it directly, but... and we have to input brine. Which means we have to build this. Mechanism. So this is how we handle the liquids. We need 2 liquids, so that means we need 2 of these. World engine. We need one of these. Oh, right, we need to add heat, so that's 3 valves, actually. Temp is greater than or equal to 3000. Input tank, output tank. Let's just get all the stuff we need to make a full-sized one. So that means we need 212 of these. And I see. Could have made less if we had known about that. We don't actually care about that because of draconium. Um, where's it a 5x5? I think it's a 5x5 actually. Okay, so that goes into there. Put heat into there. Oh, no, this is still wrong. I remember how it's built now. It's a 4x4. And the corners have to all be this. Okay. So brine can be turned into gaseous brine, so it's already a liquid, so we care about fluid, pipe, at mechanism resistive. Okay, let's go back to the world engine. Now we can I might have forgot to make this recipe. Wrong way. Okay, I am actually going to very quickly go AFK because I need to go to the bathroom. You know what, we'll just leave the 10 minutes on. I do hope this doesn't take 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
I live my life searching for the light, been learning to fight through the darkness. I'll get this right, we were born to shine and we still got time, it's not hopeless. Don't look now, here comes that awful feeling, my walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again, 'cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down, I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right, I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Yeah, I've lost my crown, but no, I will not bow. You know I'm here right now.
for the long run. Yeah, you see me down, but you know I'll never drown. You know I'll get back up on it somehow. Don't look now, here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again, 'cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down. I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good just wanna fight. Get it right. I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good you know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the you know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight.
I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. Realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven send. With me tonight, I run away. We'll never forget the past, but what counts is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away. I run away. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keep your secrets there, keep them everywhere. Just you and I run away. I run away.
Okay. Let's switch back to the game. Let's start with that. This can be turned into liquid chlorine, and this can be turned into liquid sodium, so that means we do need these tubes. Okay, so now that we have a sense... Oh. Chemicals... Front should be output 2, left should be output 1. G can come from anywhere, technically. I don't actually care about that. What did I see? Oh, a temp above 3000. Sodium is rising. Now to see if it will let me... It will let me just trash that. Oh, that's amazing. Sodium is rising pretty fast, that's good. So how much sodium do I want in this system? Because if I fill this up completely, and it's using 768 buckets, sorry, 768,000 buckets. No. 768 buckets? $200 buckets per burn rate. And with a max of 3,840, that is 768,000 buckets. Which is exactly how much I'll be cooling at the same time. So, if the amount I'm cooling and the amount I'm production... Okay, so we can drop this down to 2,000. How low does it drop if we go down to 500? How much are we at on average? In the 200s still? That's good. I was a little worried that having this going constantly would be too much energy. So I think as soon as this sodium tank is full, that should be enough. Probably. Where's the fission reactor? This is currently doing, about 17,000 per tick? Okay. Oh, I guess I can see that right here. Uh, it does let you connect to that, so I can trash the steam. Until I have stuff going to handle it. Okay, we will leave that at 1 bucket for now. Okay, now to handle the other end of this. So sodium is done, brine is done, that is done. I think it's unlikely that I'll need more of these. Where the hell do I want to do all of this? Probably just in this space, but... at mechanism... Fissile fuel. Is this a liquid? Chemical. Okay, so this only handles chemicals. Well, that was quick. Oh, no, never mind. Wrong one. Okay. So that should be the fissile fuel handled. Chemical infuser for these two things. Chemical oxidizer for this. Chemical dissolution chamber for this. Which is the one that we already have the recipe for? That one. to the kind of regular Minecraft blocks section and add in every single one of these. Now we go back up to the mechanism section. Okay. So now, if we go at mechanism, honestly, I kind of, at this point, wish I could have a regular terminal instead of the crafting terminal here, but the universal doesn't allow for that, so... Chemical... Okay. So first things first is, well, I guess actually second last things second last, because we're kind of going backwards through this. We need a chemical infuser. To make those two things. This is now going to need energy and 2 chemicals. And this is just a chemical oxidizer. That goes into this. Okay, so technically, the back should be input 2, the left should be input 1. Output back. Chemicals output. Left should be the input. Okay, so the next thing is the dissolution chamber, which will be making our hydrofluoric acid. Via sulfuric acid and fluorite. So this needs to input two things. One here and one through the back, I guess. Okay, so for items, what's the... There, that's the button to clear all. So the left should be an input, and the back should be an input, then right should be an output. Okay, so sulfuric acid we're going to get from the chemical infuser. Which will be the water vapor and sulfuric trioxide. Which we will get from decondensating. And from another chemical infuser. And from a chemical oxidizer. What do I need the hydrogen for again? Right, I need it for that. So we need two chemical infusers, one chemical oxidizer, one electrolytic separator, Okay. Get rid of this quest. Okay, so that dissolution chamber now requires a chemical infuser before it. That chemical infuser is going to need this requires sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid we get from the chemical infuser, which is going to be these two things. So we get this from this, we get this from this. Raids. Water vapor. So this is gaseous. This is gaseous. So right should be the output, back should be the input for 2, and left should be the input for 1. Fluids should be like that. Okay. This is now full of steam. How much is... Whew, 3 million. That is going to be draining my entire... How fast is this draining? I've got quite a bit in reserve, so it can handle this for a while, but I do have to keep an eye on it. I assume it's literally just this one causing so much energy to be used. I could slow this one down. Alternatively. How many do I have to uninstall for this to gain more energy than it uses? Okay. So we can get rid of those two things. So this goes straight into another. Okay, so now it is this. So this will be output. So this is coming from a chemical oxidizer. So this comes from infuser, oxidizer, electric separator. So if we do this, input water there. And this can go here? So this is oxygen in the first slot, which is coming from its back. And that's in the second slot. Outputs to the right, it inputs on its back, I guess. Okay. And this inputs on its left. And it outputs its second slot to the right. Okay, perfect. So we want this to be 23 plus 9 plus 32. Upgrades. Upgrades. Okay, sweet. Okay, this one now needs fluoride blocks. And I imagine this is gonna shoot up the FE consumption by a lot. Yeah, it's gonna be jumping up to millions for a bit here. So this one's working fine. Trash. We're just gonna do this for a little bit. Energy. Okay, what's our average up to now? We are averaging nearly... like doing 3 million a tick. Let's go see how fast this is draining our system. Not too bad. Still haven't got to this one yet. What's the other machine that I had to do this for? Is it you? Or was it you? I had to go down to 12. Let's start all the way back here. Sulfuric dioxide. And if I add that one back in, does it immediately go down? Yes. So I can do a maximum of 9 there. This going up or down? I think one more will definitely start putting it down pretty quick, so we can definitely remove that. But can it handle this much? Doesn't appear to be able to. But if I remove one, it starts going up. How much are we doing on average now? Pretty much 3 million across the board? What was that noise about? Please don't tell me it was NVENC error. Too many concurrent sessions. Try closing other recording software that might be using NVENC, such as NVIDIA, Shadow Player, Windows. Game. Is my stream still going? Nope. Is my recording still going? Ah, damn it. Okay, well, this is a problem I can't really solve without finishing my recording, and I don't really want to do that because then I have to try and put the two pieces together. So what I'm going to do is just finish up without streaming the rest, which makes this pretty pointless, but I really can't fix my stream at the moment. So, we are just going to have to continue to do this offline. God damn it, why is the internet being so dumb lately? still go up at 24? No, but it was rising at 23. But if I do 24 again, it should go down. So this one can handle 24. Nuclear waste. This should allow the sodium to continue to rise. Oh, we need one more output. Okay, so now we need to deal with this. To make this, we need this. To make this, we need this. So in order to make this, we need to make this first. It's probably something we're going to have to do next time. I'll probably spend the last bit How big is this? It seems like it's a 3x3x4. Okay, so So that will be how we produce do I need to do a second one? Do I want to do these separately? No, I don't really care. At mechanism. Alright, dust, water, plutonium. Whoops. Got that down to... it's still averaging about 2 million. Which means we're losing a bit over 1 million power per tick. Did that not... Ooh, it will not accept nuclear waste. which is kind of to be expected. Actually, you know what? How much do I need for this? 10? Always one fucking millibucket. I can't destroy this when there's nuclear waste in it. There we go. Okay, now there's just plutonium in it. This is gonna end up being a nuisance, ain't it? It might not decay in a barrel, but can it be put in a barrel? Okay, and now if we get a cardboard box... Okay, that barrel will just have to sit there until I can figure out this setup. I don't want this that close, though. That goes into that, and I get out those two things. So for every one of these, I get 1,000 millibuckets. actually. Let's make 3. Carbon plating block, whisper glass reactor neutral, reactor heat vent, empowered crystal. Duration 900 ticks. Doesn't tell me how long that takes. But I have to make one of these, and I have to input heat into it. Does it tell me how you input stuff into it? Fine, then let's just take a look at this, because presumably we're going to have to... Yeah, okay, so it exposes this for a reason. You have to input into the machine heat and nuclear waste and nutrient piles. And then you have to output the plutonium. So so you have to input 3 things, output a 4th. Doesn't look like it requires energy. So if we put it there, then we could put the machine itself here. Which means we could then put this here. Front, input, back, output, energy, bottom. There we go. This is rising. Accelerator. Okay. How does the crafting card work? Because I might be able to use this. So if I do this and get rid of this, I could also potentially get rid of that. And if I go up here now, wrong way, and I say, hey, make crafting requests, I don't know why it's making strange matter. And if I give this one that and say, hey, go make crafting requests, Oh, that's not good. I made a poor decision. Oh, this is very bad. Please don't explode. You're about to explode. Never mind, apparently it can take more than 100%. Oh, there's the explosion. Luckily, this was able to take all of the nuclear waste out of it. Fluids. Well, now I can make the SPS casings, which is needed for antimatter, which can only be gotten via the neutronium chicken. One millibucket is 1000 polonium. So I need this to make the SPS casings in order to make the other thing. So I do actually need to do quite a bit of this. Reactor glass, make 4. Okay. And fission. Why doesn't it complete? I didn't see any holes in it. Mechanism, reactor, not forming after explosion? Okay, I probably have to destroy the entire reactor and rebuild it, and I'll probably just do that off stream. It's making extra fuel for me, making new sodium because I'm going to need it. Huh. Realized when I just saw the corner there that it looked just a little bit wrong, so I decided to rebuild it, and it worked. So I have to wait till that goes back down to 0 before I do anything more. Barely put that up to 2 times production. Let me go to the world engine to see where I'm at here. Down a whole % already? Well, now we've run into a problem where I can't actually be on for very long without running into problems with not having enough power. But I also don't have the time to make the reactor needed. Structural glass. That's not too bad. This is the hardest thing. Simply the fact that we need 36 of these. $102 versus 200. This gets you passive generation 200 million. This gets you 102 million, but it gives you 98,000 steam kilobuckets. Which gets you 98,000 steam kilobuckets divided by 11.04. Times so that means you need a total of 8.87 turbines just for the fusion reactor. And you get 44.16 million. That gets you 392 million plus the initial 102. That gets you 494 million FE per tick. If you can get it running constantly. So what I think I'll do is just not play until we can next play. Oh, but I have to make a room for all of the reactors. So we have 768,000. Divided by 10, that's 76.8 thousand buckets. Which, when we... So, my quick math here is I need to do 76.8 over 11.04 plus, and then what did we just do for... this? It was 98,000 divided by the same number, all of which will be multiplied by 44.16. So the common thing here is divide by 11.04 and 44.16. So if we just do 44.16 over 11.04, I think that's going to come out to 4. Yeah, okay, so we really just multiply however much steam we're producing in thousands of buckets times 4. Which means we're going to be dealing with 98. Well, that's if we want to know how much energy we'll be producing. But first we want to know how many things we'll need. And we will need 16. We will need 16 of these reactors at full size. Just to handle all of the power. Not power, all of the steam will be inputting. So first we have to make 8, and later we will have to make another 8 and connect all of them together. Just under 8 turbines for fission, just over 8 for fusion, and then we say 16 did for both. All together. Go back down to 0 damage. Okay. That is going to be the end of today's stream. Is there anything else I need to write down about this? Oh yeah, I did want to know how much power that would be doing. And this will be in millions. I'll be producing 699.2 million power per tick. Okay, so that's gonna be the end of today's stream. Well, actually, the end of the stream was a while ago because of the crash. So really, that's the end of today's VOD video. I am sorry to the stream people who didn't get to see the ending where I blow up the reactor and have to rebuild it. I will be back Sunday with Elden Ring, and then Monday we will be trying to get steam turbines going. I really wish I'd been able to get one going today so that I could have spent the time away working on that. So that I could have built one today and then done the other 8, well I guess the other 7 off stream. But that will have to be another time. I think what I'll probably end up doing off stream is trying to work towards the radioactive waste barrels. I'll probably try and figure out how I'm going to set those up, where I'm going to set them up, so that they're doing their thing. And then I'm going to dig out the area for the steam turbines off stream as well. So that way next time we just have to start the auto crafting process for all of the blocks and just make all 8 of them on stream, I guess. And then after that we will be having to get into the particle accelerator, because at that point we need the particle accelerator to make the neutron collector so that we can make polonium, so that we can make the antimatter to make an antimatter pellet, to make the black hole, to make the void container, which is all necessary just so that we can get into chaotic infusion, as well as the neutronium chicken, which is needed to make the antimatter chicken. So many fucking steps. And then the excess quest idea I have is to get into draconic evolution, chaotic crafting, other stuff. But, sorry, that is all what we'll be doing next stream. Not next stream, next time we play Minecraft, which will be Monday. But